tip-off goes to Cleveland. Pass to post. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And that'll start us off. Already, you can feel the tension in this arena.
You get the sense there is a level of intensity right out of the gate.
Cleveland ball.
Doncic feeling it out. Now Fareed. Pass to Thor. On the wing, Doncic. Fires the three. It's rebounded by Montreal. James with it. Now guarded by Fareed.
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds. Cleveland will take possession. You know, it's inevitable that a player's physical abilities diminish over the course of a career. But the thing that stands out to me about LeBron James is that he never lost his insatiable drive to win. Guys, if anything, he's gotten stronger. Out of bounds. Cleveland will take possession. Here's Doncic. To the wing right side. Shots good by Thor.
This guy a tough cover for any defender. Creative and assertive scoring the ball.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. They get called for the 5-second violation. No one near Doncic as he lets it fly. And again, it's Cleveland.
Well, this is what makes Luka so special. He's so unpredictable.
That'll be a 5-second call.
Cleveland ball.
Puts up a deep three. Another three for Cleveland.
And that is ridiculous range from Luka Doncic. Yes, step across half-court line. I'm in my range.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it in bounds that time. Tries a three off the inbound. That doesn't go either for Doncic.
Boy, he won't miss many from that spot. The defense gets lucky there.
Out of bounds. Cleveland will take possession. Cleveland with the ball. 9 points in a row. Good run for him right now. Pass to Kamare. Back to Doncic. From 11 feet away. Here's Thor. Over in the corner, Doncic. And another three for Cleveland.
Building up a big early lead. They have taken charge of this game.
And they've been doing it largely at the offensive end. If the defense does not adjust, this could be a blowout.
And that is just a deflating error on his part.
Well, I think it kills your energy, and it certainly kills your momentum.
Puts up a deep three. Oh, Doncic from way outside.
And you know what? They've been on a nice run here, had the ability to widen the gap. Now they are going.
This is a dominant stretch. I am so impressed with how they played together as a unit over this last stretch.
Lets it go with the three. And another three for Cleveland.
And so many teams now look to establish the perimeter to set up everything else.
No doubt it's a
Yo. What a scooty.
Tip-off goes to Montreal. Pass to Spates. Clock at 6. From deep three-point land, Kenneth Faried grabs the board.
And he's a good shooter from outside, but not sure from that deep.
Boy, we're seeing it more and more. Guys looking to create additional space by stepping back further from the line.
Here's Post. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
And that'll start us off already. You can feel the tension in this arena.
You get the sense that there is a level of intensity right out of the gate.
Personal foul.
Montreal shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one. And he makes the first.
And there are so many reasons to be a fan of Wade's. This young man's ceiling is sky high.
This is about the last guy you want to send to the stripe right now. They keep fouling him, and he keeps making them.
And another three for Cleveland.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Charging foul call.
And there's a foul. It's on Maurice Spates. That's his first foul.
Yeah, really good defensive play to cut him off there and square up.
Pass to Kamare. Cleveland moving it around. Here's Post. A rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
Yeah, they're going for the throat. Now here's Spates. 5 on the clock. Launches from deep. An absolute bomb from three-point range.
Now he's just showing off. With range like that, incredible.
Here's Kamara. And another three for Cleveland.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
And so Fareed will bring it up for Cleveland. 5-point lead, the biggest of the game. Pass to Post. Puts up a deep three. They get it back. Fareed with a clean look.
Kenneth Fareed.
And again, it's Cleveland.
Goes to
I'm not sure what he was thinking exactly, but he finds a way to convert.
In the corner, it's Brewer. Back to Spates. And play stops. Whistle on what looks to be an illegal screen.
Beyond the lean, you can see his feet more set on that screen. Easy call.
You know, he's just leaning a little bit. You try to get away with it, but boy, the official all over it.
Post. The shot's good on the assist by Doncic.
Luka Doncic.
Post has got the lead up to 9 now for Cleveland. And it's Wade penetrating.
And it looks like this is where Wade's at his best. Moving, playing downhill.
Pass to Thor. And another three for Cleveland.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens. Well, you love the activity out there. What a play. This guy is busy on the offensive end.
Here's Post. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. And the basket by Kamara.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct. Just fanning the play.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Timeout called, Cleveland. We've got 13 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Wade outside. Pass to Bogut. 1 second left. And Wade with the lay-in. Wade's got 6.
And a sharp pass to set up that high percentage shot in close.
And so that brings the first half to a close.
With the score,
Cleveland ahead,
Montreal
leading by 8.
11.
We'll take a quick break, then get you back to the action. Doncic looking it over.
Luka Doncic.
And here's Montreal. 11-point game. Now Spates. Looking for Wade. He gets it there. Here is Lillard. Pass to Iguodaro. And it's sent back by Bogut.
How about that extension and timing? A couple of reasons why Bogut led the NBA in blocks back in 2011.
Wade outside. Out of bounds. Cleveland will take possession.
The ball goes to Cleveland.
Here's Doncic.
Well, outstanding contest on the shot, and then he's positioned perfectly to go after the rebound.
Cleveland with the ball. Down low.
Kamari. The assist. Luka Doncic.
And it's Wade with the ball for Montreal. Now here's Spates. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
And you can see what he wanted to do there, but that was a tough giveaway.
And I think the intention doesn't always equal the result. Wrong play, wrong time.
To the paint.
And the defender was a little out of position there and sends Bogut to the line.
First personal foul. First team foul. At the line for Montreal, Andrew Bogut, taking 2 shots.
Free throw good, Bogut.
Yeah, Andrew Bogut has improved his shot making from most spots, but from the free throw line, it is still a scuffle for this guy.
And Bogut drops them both.
This is what makes him a challenge to stop. He will beat you from the floor, and he can also beat you from the line.
Luka Doncic. 3 points.
Wade with it. Pass to Spates. To the inside. Doncic outside.
Luka Doncic.
Now Wade. Now Spates. Cleveland with the ball. It's a 10-point game.
Luka Doncic.
And here's Wade. Pass to Spates. Back to Wade. And here is Spates. 6 on the shot clock.
Right thing there to stay that tight on him and really try to keep him out of his comfort zone.
Hey, yo, right here.
Luka Doncic.
Back to Wade. Here's Brewer. Pass to Bogut.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be because he is so strong in the paint.
Inside.
Angelo.
Now here's Wade. It's stolen. Doncic outside.
And I love the way he uses his size there to make sure he gets that board.
Popped up there for Wade. Stolen away. Nice job to interrupt the alley-oop attempt there.
JT Thor.
And so it's Montreal now. Pass to Brewer. Doncic with it. Space with the block. And they get it back.
Luka Doncic. Assisted by Angelo.
Now Wade. Over to the wing. Bogut down low.
And with his troubles at the free throw line, probably best to foul Bogut when he gets in close.
Second team foul. At the line for Montreal, Andrew Bogut. 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one. Both shots good from the stripe. Here's Lillard. Doncic outside.
Luka Doncic.
And so it's Cleveland taking care of business in this one. This
the
crowd
end of the
was
game.
stunned by the manner in which their team was dismantled.
Thank you, everyone, for making it out
I
and
don't care
supporting your
what the
team. We
matchup
hope to
is.
see
You
you
never
again soon
expect
for
a
the next
road
home
team
game.
to come in and just cruise to the kind of win they did tonight.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. See you next time. tip-off goes to Montreal. Here's Lou. Pass to Bogut. Now Spates. Back to Brewer. From deep three-point land. It's rebounded by Leonard. Curry deciding where to go with it.
Stephen Curry. First personal foul.
And it's Brook Lopez with the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Lou. Pass to Brewer. Leonard gets a hand on it.
And those long arms and huge hands, Leonard has all the tools he needs to erase shots.
Back to Lopez. And Lopez throws it down.
Outstanding execution. Good job working the ball inside.
Pass to Brewer. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call.
Substitution on the court.
And so it's Highland who brings the ball up for the Bronx. Now, here's Trent. Lets the three fly. Here's Giannis. Off to a good start as he hits his first shot attempt.
Giannis just doesn't stop working. Plays with great energy at both ends. Excellent work on the boards there.
Out to the wing. And the officials call for a 3-second violation.
Home team ball.
Pass to Adebayo. To the paint. Fires the three. Trent can't hit. Here's Spates. Into the lane. And the rejection by Giannis.
17 seconds on the shot clock. 17. Into the lineup for your home team. Bobby Portis.
Some nice passing by Montreal here. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Coming onto the floor for your home team.
To the inside. And it's blocked. What a play as he just snatches the shot out of midair. Pass to Brewer. And it's slammed in by Brewer.
Fantastic athleticism from Brewer there. His arms that go forever, it seems, make it easy for him to dunk it down.
Now, here's Trent. Now, Koulibaly. To the middle. Trent gets the bucket. Trent's got the lead up to 4 now for the Bronx.
No issues on that one. Good work all around.
Pass to Brewer. Down low. Here's Bogut. And finished off by Bogut.
And that 7 feet tall Bogut, an absolute threat to finish above the rim, especially when he's got that kind of position. And he's got such a great touch and feel around the basket. He made that reverse look easy.
Here is Brewer. There's 47 seconds left in the first half. Just 5 to shoot. Montreal needs to get off a shot. The 19-foot shot. Lou can't get it to go. The Bronx leading by 4. Pass to Koulibaly. Beyond the arc. And they call over the back here. Too much time.
Hey guys, as soon as you start going over and through a rebounder, you're probably going to get whistled for over the back.
Yeah, you know, that was out of his reach anyway, so I don't even know why he made that effort. No need to commit the foul there.
Here's Bogut to the wing on the left. Here's Spates. And that one drops.
One of the things you've got to admire and respect about him is his aggressiveness at the offensive end, always in attack mode.
And Mitchell launches it from deep. And that's it for the first half of action in what's been a very close game here. The Bronx.
The visiting team, 6.
Outside Leonard. Mitchell outside.
The defense there got away with a major lapse.
And here is Spates.
Andrew Bogut.
Curry with him. Pass to Mitchell.
A really good rebound in traffic. That's what the big fella's there for.
Maurice Spates.
And it's the Bronx with the ball. A 2-point game. Curry with the bounce pass.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Corey Brewer. 3.
Here's Curry. Pass to Mitchell. Inside. Now here's Brewer. And out of bounds as the Bronx gains possession. Here's Curry. To Jang. Back to Curry. Nice ball movement there by the Bronx. Here's Lou. Spates with it. Six to shoot.
He thought he had a little more space, but the defender was right there.
You know, that's a trademark of his defense. Quick to react, close down the shooter, and then affect the shot.
Corey Brewer.
Now Lopez. Pass to Mitchell.
Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
And out of bounds as the Bronx gains possession.
Home team ball.
And so Curry will bring it up for the Bronx. Pass to Leonard.
He's missing shot after shot after shot from long range. With time running low, he'd be better off trying something else.
Here's Lou.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
That's excellent defense right there on the perimeter.
And here's Montreal.
Andrew Bogut. Assisted by Corey Brewer.
Mitchell outside.
it's almost like he's trying to make things hard on himself. You know, he's just got to slow the game down, try to get some easy ones. And some people harp on his lack of height, but his size doesn't hurt him at all when it comes to losing.
Here's Lou. And here is Curry. Mitchell outside.
Not sure if he just ran out of gas or what. He's been awful ever since the second half started. Not even been a factor.
Here's the Bronx. 4-point game. Curry with the bounce pass. Here's Lou.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
You know what? That's a confidence shaker for him, though. I mean, that's a shot he expects to make every time.
Back to Jang. And here's Montreal. Here's Lou. Lock at 6. Pass to Bogut.
Andrew Bogut.
Curry with it. Leonard on the wing. To the inside. Now here's Brewer. And out of bounds as the Bronx gains possession. Now Curry. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen.
And those are the kinds of mistakes that are magnified when we're talking about a game down the stretch.
Here's Lou. And there's the whistle. Three-second violation.
Home team ball.
And here is Curry. Mitchell outside. Spates with it. Pass to Lou. And what a play. Just snatched out of the air. Credit the block. And here is Mitchell. Curry on the wing. The kick out to Lopez. Nice ball movement there by the Bronx. To the paint.
Andrew Bogut. Assist by Maurice Bates.
Now here's Leonard. Mitchell outside.
And you know what? If you're the defense, you got him right where you want him. Let him keep shooting those threes because he's been brutal in this half.
And it's Curry with the ball, bringing it up for the Bronx. It's a three-point game. Down low. Brewer. Pass to Bogut.
Andrew Bogut. The assist. Brewer.
Here's Curry.
Right there.
Timeout called. Bronx.
Home team.
Good timeout call right there. Looked like the guys were gassed. Heavy legs out there for sure.
And your dance team.
And here's Jokic. What's great about Jokic, GA, is he can put up MVP numbers, and he's got a little personality to him, doesn't he?
He does. You can tell he just loves life. He loves everything he does, especially when he's on the floor, making his teammates better.
Clark, what we appreciate, for some players, success can change them, but not for Jokic. He seems like the same guy.
He certainly does, boy, and he is special. He is so much fun to watch. Seems to be even-keeled and down to earth, but his game is heaven sent for sure.
Second personal foul.
You really have to appreciate and respect the spirit Giannis plays the game with, a beacon of energy and enthusiasm for his team. They all feed off of him with an attitude of joy and unselfishness.
Assist goes to.
So we see Montreal get the win here. They seem to relish their role as the bad guy here tonight.
Kevin, I sense that as well. I mean, they really did feed off all of that negative energy this crowd was directing at them. I mean, they turned it around and used it as motivation to close out a significant win.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching this presentation of the NBA on 2K Sports. So long.
Hi, and thanks for joining us on 2. Now the starting group for the Houston Rockets. And it's Brewer in at the 2. And for the Nets, Onyeka Okongwu is out there with Holmgren. Then there's Nikola Jokic, and it's Robinson in at the 2 spot. Well, at this point of the season, the identity and merit of each team is becoming more and more clear, Graham.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, we have a good understanding of who the real contenders are. But there always seems to be a dark horse team that makes a push in the second half of the season. Anything can happen.
To the wing, right side. Pass to Jokic. Six on the shot clock. Nails it from beyond the arc.
So hard to force Jokic out of his rhythm. Tremendous concentration.
And so they choose to intentionally foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
So Brooklyn ends up going with a new group.
Ooh, that's a tough break. After poor communication defensively, it leaves him all by himself.
And here's Ball. Here's Weber. Yes, sir, and it's Ball with the assist that time.
Ball has wasted no time showing off his passing skills. A really gifted distributor.
About a minute and a half through the first quarter. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
And he lost his man with a shifty play inside.
And then just went and hammered it home. Wow.
High-level skills being showcased out there now, fellas. I mean, that was a terrific hoop.
From the arc. And again, it's Brooklyn. From deep.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Number 16.
The Rockets have gone 1 for 3 so far. Here's Houdini. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Brooklyn's gone 2 for 3 from outside the arc. And out of bounds, Houston will have it. And we got a quick moment to take a look at the long-term rebounding numbers over several seasons for him.
And we've seen a jump in the last few years in terms of his rebounding. The heart, the hustle, his ability to read shot trajectories and crash the glass at the right time. And his teammates really appreciate the hard work.
Here's Boeheim. The rebound by the Nets.
Just 1 for 5. Not the start they were looking for. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to get on track.
Out of bounds, it'll go to the Rockets. And while we have a moment, here's a good chance to bring up the top rebounders in the NBA this season. Number 5 is LaMelo Ball.
Just so strong on the boards. That's a skill that helps your team win games.
And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. Rockets trail by 6. Knocked loose. Here's Arenas. A quick shot there. It's off target. Houston has gone 0 for 2 from outside. Throws it up high. Out of bounds. It'll be Brooklyn's ball. Nearly halfway through the season. Let's see the standings out east. You take a look at Brooklyn. They're way down there in the conference, but still optimistic they can turn it around.
I think for the Nets, there's no doubt they feel the pressure mounting. I mean, failing to match those expectations from the start of the year is apparent.
And, you know, any fixes they've tried during the season have only compounded their problems.
Now a timeout called by Houston. They're getting their first look of the season at Brooklyn in this one.
Yes, surprised to split the season series last year. These guys have confidence in themselves against anyone they face.
And you look at how they match up. Certainly you could see them losing, but you would still expect them to come away with 2 wins.
and steals. And you like how they're taking care of the ball. Minus a few mistakes here and there, they're just so difficult to disrupt offensively.
And you brought up the defensive numbers for this team. These coaches love the focus they have on D, and they love to break down the film. Here's Brewer. Houston with another miss. Nets leading by 6. Here's the general. Boy, he really had an off game against the Wizards. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. The Rockets have gone only 1 of 6 so far. To the middle. Here's Boeheim. Uses the glass on the layup.
Man, what a pass that was there. He really relishes making the game easier for his teammates.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
And despite the turnovers, they're winning this game.
They've been lucky to this point. If they want to keep this lead, they need to take better care of the ball.
Here's Houdini. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. The steal.
What a throwdown.
Nice.
Oh, some serious power to finish that one off.
Getting up and then throwing it down.
Oh, that was a big hammer right there.
Boy, the guys on the bench loving every minute of that one.
Oh, a great look there. Brought to you by the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. That'll be a 5-second call.
And in the last 2 possessions, they've painted a picture of what not to do. Just way too loose with the basketball.
So it's the Rockets now, trailing by 2.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that layup.
And there's the drive. And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. Houston has gone 0 for 3 from downtown. Shoots. Brewer can't hit.
Well, you know he wants that one back. I mean, more often than not, he'll sink that mid-range jumper.
You know, Grant, you talk to scouts about Stephon Castle. They just feel like this guy's a winner.
Well, certainly we saw that at Connecticut. Now, as a freshman, he was a key piece in their title run. He actually turned up his game in the tournament, and that's rare for any freshman.
The Rockets' shooting has not been great early, just 27%. Pass to Houdini. There's the 3. The rebound by the Nets. Defeated by Washington in their last game. They'll try to put that one behind them.
They had a tough time beyond the arc. A lot of their possessions ended in missed threes.
And, you know, that's a big part of how they attack and win, getting it going from the three-point line. But at the end of the day, it didn't happen.
The Rockets trail. Pass to Boeheim. And down it goes. Dunked it through off a beautiful setup.
B.A., the one-hand dunk just looks so fluid.
Man, absolutely. Even smooth when he's powering it home like that.
Part of what makes him unique, guys, that combination of power and polish.
And it's out of bounds to the Rockets as Houston retains possession.
He had the right idea, just couldn't come up with the swipe.
You know, fellas, 1 second quicker, and that's going the other way.
Pass to Brewer. The shot. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead for Brooklyn. They've gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Houston has gone 0 for 4 from deep to start this one. Pass to Boeheim. Takes the three. Kept alive by Houston. And they take the lead. Houdini's got his second basket.
Boy, absolutely no rim protection, leading to a lot of easy buckets here.
Timeout called. Brooklyn.
Yeah, they're hoping to turn things around with this timeout.
Yeah, you know, they had to do something, anything to stop this run. You can't just let it go on any longer.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
Houston ball.
And quickly, the 2K leaderboard, showing the teams blocking the most shots over the last month. Number 1, the Nets.
These guys have been so impressive down low on the defensive end, denying shots left and right over the past month.
Pass to Brewer. Three-pointer. Ball with the rebound.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
And out of bounds. Houston will have it. The Rockets on offense. They've gone on an 8-0 run.
Now that's how you rock the rim. Give them the 2 points and add a little style there as well.
Ridiculous.
I call that an executive summary statement.
And that's now his 5th turnover of the game. He's got to rein it in.
Here's Houdini. No good on the quick three. Nets trail by 4. Here's the general. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. And Houston making a change here. Lewis is checked in. Here's Houdini. He's got 6. Lewis can't get it to go. Brooklyn has gone 2 for 3 from outside the arc. Here's Arenas, and out of bounds. Houston will have it.
And they came in 3rd when it comes to opponent field goal percentage. These guys really work hard to protect the hoop and limit the open angles.
And as their number 2 ranking in steals will tell you, defense has been a major focus for them. Constant pressure on the ball, quickness, and a mindset that they're not going to make anything easy on you. Nets trail by 4. Here's Walton. He's scoreless. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it.
Substitutions on the court.
Houston leading by 4.
Yeah, you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that's the message they were sending with that foul. Nothing easy inside.
Houston shooting their first foul shots of the night.
You know, the numbers from the line, guys, are close to where they were last year, but just a tad worse, so not too bad.
First one falls. Both good from the line that time.
Making shots at the line. You need a good routine, and he certainly has one.
Now a timeout called by Brooklyn.
There's just a lot of wide open lanes to the rim here. That'll drive your coach nuts.
And, you know, I think he's going to tell them simply, we have to show more fight on the interior. That's the top priority right now.
That'll be a 5-second call.
And he's playing way too loosely with the ball. They may need to sit him down for a while.
Really unreal, guys. I mean, he has enough turnovers to last through the next couple of games. And we're only in the first quarter.
Tries a three off the inbound. Nope, that doesn't drop. He's now 3 for 8 in the contest.
And he's having an ugly quarter from the field and seems really frustrated.
And it's Houston's ball. They're on a 14-3 run.
He did everything in his power to make that a hard shot.
And you know what, guys? That will pump him up because he takes a ton of pride in what he does on defense.
And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Let's take a look at the Western Conference standings now that the new year is upon us. You take a look at the Rockets. They're in first place right now with a tremendous record. They're certainly the team to beat.
I think for Houston, I recall them having a lot of naysayers at the start of the season, but now they may not have any. This team is ready for a deep playoff run.
They do have the pieces in place for a title run, but the competition in the playoffs will be stiff.
Out of bounds, it'll go to the Rockets. The Rockets lead by 6. The open shot, Doncic. That one a little long.
Boy, defense non-existent there, but they catch a break as he whiffs it.
Clark, when you watch Luka Doncic play, how is he able to just control the games like he does?
He's a savant. That's all I can say. He's way ahead of himself. I mean, this guy's been a pro since he was 13 or 14 years old. There's nobody else in the NBA that's been a pro that long, I don't think. So, unique in that regard. Great size, uncanny, underrated strength. And then his vision, his pace, all of that what allows him to really not ever be sped up or out of control.
And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. And Houston has possession. 6-point lead. Pass to Lewis. Weber pulls it in. The Nets have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. And it's Houston's ball. They're on a 14-3 run. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. And now let's see who is leading the league in steals. LaMelo Ball is second.
And he's such a plus defensively for his team. Those steal numbers scare opponents and lead to fast break buckets.
The Rockets lead by 6. Houdini pass to Lewis. From outside the arc. Brooklyn pulls it in.
Man, miss after miss for him. When you're having a quarter like this, the only beneficiary is the defense.
Here's Walton. Still no points. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Bates is checked in for Houston. Houston calls timeout.
Yeah, hoping to tap into something that'll get them clicking.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be the focus of this timeout. They need to come up with a spark to get the offense going.
T-shirt for the loudest, craziest, most exciting fans in the building. If you want one, put your hands in the air and raise those babies like you just don't care.
In steals, and they're leading the league in blocks. This team protects the rim. They play with tremendous passion on defense.
And they are #1 in rebounding for a reason. They pound the glass with aggression, and they attack the boards with a fearlessness. Houston leading by 6. Here's Lewis. Weber pulls it in. Weber's got 4 rebounds now. Brooklyn's gone 2 for 3 from outside the arc. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Here's Drexler. Yet to see a basket. Here's Bernard. And Walton pulls it down. Walton's got his 4th rebound in this one. And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. And here's Doncic. He'll bring it up for the Rockets. 6-point game. No good with the triple. The Nets have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Here's Weber. Averaging around 5 points a game. And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. Houston with the ball. They're on a 14-3 run. Here's Bernard. Brooklyn pulls it in. The General's got his 7th rebound here tonight. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Houston leading by 6. Pass to Drexler. Here's Lewis. Lets it go from deep. Weber pulls it in. Weber's got 6 rebounds now in the game.
Still searching for his first bucket. You wonder how far ahead they'd be if he was playing anywhere near his full potential.
Their offense has really come together, Grant.
It really has, and the points are adding up.
To the inside, Bernard, and he dunks it down.
Luka's peripheral vision off the charts. Get wide open, and he's going to find you.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation.
Staggering amount of turnovers. This coaching staff cannot be happy.
Not at all, guys. I mean, all these mistakes and miscues have really hamstrung their effort.
Here's Drexler, still without a bucket. Here's Lewis. Here's Bates. The third shot of the possession finally falls for him. And the Rockets lead by 10.
They're winning the battle down low by imposing their will.
Yeah, it's really been quite a contrast. I like the way they're attacking the middle at their offensive end.
And these turnovers are backbreakers. He's really hurting this team with his mistakes.
Here's Doncic. Brooklyn pulls it in. Walton's got his 5th rebound in this one. Brooklyn has gone 2 for 3 from outside the arc. 46 seconds left in the opening quarter. Poke loose. Out of bounds. It'll be Brooklyn's ball. Black's checked in for Doncic.
Substitution. Black.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
And the mistakes are piling up for them early.
And it's not hard to see why they're down. I mean, it seems every trip down the floor, they're giving the ball to the other team.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Here's Drexler. Brooklyn pulls it in.
The way they've gotten after rebounds has been impressive.
Yeah, sensational is a really good word for it. They're tearing it up on the glass.
And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. The Rockets on offense. They're on an 18-3 run. From outside, off the mark. Here's Weber. Who poked away. And so it's Houston earning this break in the action, up 10. Well, when you win the battle of turnovers, you typically win the battle of possessions. And don't go far. We'll be right back. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And taking a look at Houston's performance here, guys, what have they been doing or not doing?
It's simple. Offensively, they limited their turnovers. Defensively, they forced turnovers.
Yeah, I like the way they forced a ton of turnovers and then took advantage of those turnovers with opportunistic baskets.
Looking at lineups around the league, Grant, seems like they're becoming more positionless than ever before.
Yeah, you're spot on, B.A. To the point where some people feel all-star voting shouldn't be by position anymore. It should be by merit.
They've got LaMelo Ball, and it's the general and at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the Nets 5 as we get into the second quarter. Out of bounds, it'll go to the Rockets. A look at how all-star voting is going thus far.
And so much fun to see the tallies start to come in. See how things start to look.
He's just outside the top 10 in Western Conference all-star voting.
So he's got some ground to make up to be named a starter. But still, the fans are giving him his props.
And what a night it'll be. We'll keep you updated on the latest results during voting. And out of bounds, Houston will have it. And we have a chance to take a look at the teams that are wreaking havoc with their defense this past month. Second, the Rockets.
The coaching staff has emphasized the defensive end of the floor, and you can see over the last month they've really improved, doing a great job of keeping their opponents' points down.
Here's Black, hounded by Ball. Boeheim no good.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Stripped away. Fast break. Here come the Rockets.
Man, he made sure to get his money's worth on that foul.
He got him good there. I mean, that's why the shot was so far off.
Houston shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night. And he drops the first. It's both from the stripe.
He's one of the league's best free throw shooting bigs. A performance like this certainly proves it.
That'll be a 5-second call. A moment now to see how the schedule is looking for Houston. On Sunday, they continue the road trip, heading out to Philadelphia to take on the Sixers. Then on Tuesday, they'll take on Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks.
And that game against Memphis, it's the second game of a back-to-back, so you know there'll be some heavy legs out there. Playing that much basketball in that short amount of time really takes its toll on your body.
Ooh, it's stolen away. And the shot goes down. Boeheim's got 6. And a moment here to take a look at some hustle stats for the Rockets.
Well, you know, they've been aggressive on the defensive end, and it's paying off for them. Quite a few takeaways for them in the early going.
And I've also liked how they've attacked the opposition off of turnovers. I mean, just making them pay for every mistake out there.
Second quarter, a little over a minute and a half in. Here's Walton. No points so far. And that's going to be a travel.
First in scoring, and they're the best passing team in the NBA. #1 in assists this season. That tells you a lot about the leadership and the attitude of this squad. No one player puts himself above the team.
And it's no secret the league is definitely more offensive-oriented nowadays. And they are the best of the bunch in following that trend, leading the league in points per game.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And, you know, those second-chance opportunities can be game-changing. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
Pass to Houdini. Launches the 3. Kept alive. The shot comes out. Nets trail by 16. Here's the general. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Basketball. Second quarter play. Almost 3 minutes gone here. Pass to Boeheim. And Walton pulls it down. Walton's got rebound number 8 here already in the game.
You know, guys, you can tell he wants to contribute more, but his teammates have picked up the slack for him. That's what being on the team is all about.
Here's Brewer, and he lobs it up.
You could just see how in sync they were there.
That's what it takes to pull that off.
Boy, both ends of that play, guys, were fantastic.
Now a timeout called by Brooklyn.
Things just aren't going their way. He clearly wants to talk it over.
And you know what, guys? If for nothing else, just to slow things down a little bit, change it up somewhat.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
And now about 3 minutes gone in the second quarter here. Here's Houdini. And Walton pulls it down. Nets trail by 18. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
The NBA is focused on the next generation. Commissioner Adam Silver said a lot of top draft picks are incredibly skilled, but that doesn't necessarily translate to being team basketball players. There's an opportunity for us to be more active participants in developing younger players and getting kids active. BA?
One step ahead, Allie. Thanks. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. And almost 4 minutes gone in the second quarter of play. Bell. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
How about the bounce?
We can call that bounce per ounce. Can't be denied.
He's a highlight reel, always on the launch pad.
Here's Boeheim. They lead by 20. That's the most we've seen. The shot by Bell, no good. And so it's Brooklyn with it. Nothing on offense from them yet in this second quarter. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. And the Rockets with possession. They've got a 10-0 run going. Brewer can't hit.
Oh, man, he can't get anything to fall. You can feel his frustration.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then, because his shot making is not happening right now.
And out of bounds. Houston will have it. And a good opportunity to bring up this season's top assist man, LaMelo Ball, #1.
Hard to challenge his status as the best playmaker in the NBA. He's dropping dimes like magic.
Houston leading by 20. Houdini, the pass to Brewer. Rebound Brooklyn. The Generals got rebound number 11. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. And Houston making a change here. Doncic checked in. And it's Houston's ball. It's been 10 straight unanswered. Pass to Brewer. Lots of room. And Walton pulls it down. Walton's got the glass covered here tonight. That's 11 boards for him. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. Houston leading by 20. Here's Brewer. Count it. After missing his first 6 shots, now 1 for 7.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on them.
Here's Boeheim. Kept alive by Houston. And blocked with his palm. What a defensive play.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure. But unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Bell the pass to Doncic. Weber pulls it in. Weber's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. And it's Houston's ball. A nice run going. 12 in a row. Inside. Here's Bell. And he bangs it home with one hand.
Capable of running the offense. Doncic, fantastic at getting his teammates involved.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
Well, guys, if you want to know why the score is what it is, look at their turnovers this quarter.
That's been the culprit, the turnovers. I mean, TOs, those kinds of mistakes have really kind of drained their confidence to this point.
And the Rockets making a change here. Lewis has checked in. Got a piece of it. Here's Walton. No made baskets yet. And out of bounds, Houston will have it.
And they place in the top 5 in steals, using their length to get into passing lanes, using quick hands to frustrate the opponents.
And when you consider how well they played on defense, holding opponents to the lowest amount of points per game in the league, it's remarkable. They are outstanding at covering for one another and mucking it up on this end for other teams. Now here's Doncic. Tightly guarded.
Look at the power on that.
He has to be one of the top dunkers in the game today.
Absolutely salivates when he attacks the rim.
That'll be a 5-second call.
They're being careless with the rock. Too many turnovers could cost them this game.
Yeah, you want to get a shot every time down. Even if it's a tough shot, any shot is better than no shot. You just don't want to turn it over.
And here's Doncic outside. Brooklyn pulls it in. Arenas has got 6 rebounds in the game. And as it goes out of bounds, Brooklyn able to keep possession. Bates checked in for Houston.
Substitution for the Rockets. Bates.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
Way too careless this quarter. So sloppy with the pumpkin. Tighten that thing up.
And it's Houston's ball. It's been 16 straight unanswered. Doncic against ball. Nails it. And he's 1 for 5 with that one.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
That'll be a 5-second call.
This has definitely been a problem for him tonight. Way too many turnovers.
The three ball. Tries again. Here's Lewis. And Walton pulls it down. Walton's got 13 rebounds in the game. Glass eating. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for the Rockets. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter.
And just an incredible effort on the offensive glass.
Wow, follows it up with the putback to finish the play.
Got a pigeon on that one. Easy money right there, fellas. Going old school on you young fellas. Look that up. Pigeon.
Here's Lewis. On defense, the Nets. Still looking for their first basket since the first quarter.
Defensively, they've got to get more bodies in the paint. That's 3 straight field goals from below the free throw line.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation. Puts it up off the inbound. Here's Lewis with the second effort. The General pulls it in.
And despite a struggle scoring the ball, they've done enough to build this lead.
And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. Here's Doncic. Down low.
And how sweet was that play?
Pinpoint pass, set up the alley-oop flush.
Guys, I tell you, there are assists, and then there are delicious dimes. This was the latter.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time. Drexler passes to Lewis. That one falls. Lewis has got 8.
That's been typical of their performance today. They're sharing the ball and creating good shots.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end.
Doncic outside. Oh, there's a killer 2-hand slam.
And that's a backbreaker for the defense. I mean, offensive boards like that run momentum against you.
Well, you know, that's the way it's going to be for them today, fellas. Can't sustain any momentum.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
From the inbound. Lewis can't get it to go. Here's Arenas. No points yet. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
Houston in total control. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. They're coming off a win against the Nuggets.
It was a combination of their great defense and their opponent's poor offensive execution.
No question about it. I mean, it's all about the results, right? And you can limit open looks. Sometimes you can get into an opponent's head. So even when they do spring free, they lack the confidence or at least are distracted and aren't able to knock those shots down.
Here's the General. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. Black checked in for Doncic. The Rockets shooting a low 26% from the field.
Second quarter.
Here's Lewis. And it's off the back of the rim. No good. And here are the Nets now. No points yet here in the second quarter for them. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. And let's take a look at the playmaking here. This chart with assist totals split between the front court and back court tonight for the Rockets.
And when you look at the overall impact the backcourt guys are having tonight, they are really carrying the load when it comes to ball movement and distributing the rock, letting the bigs focus on other tasks.
And there's the lob.
That's serving it up on a platter there. What a nice pass. A high percentage look was the result.
That'll be a 5-second call.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
And here are the Rockets now. Here's Black. Leaps for it. Out of bounds. It'll be Brooklyn's ball. Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
A minute 22 left in the first half. Take it away. Here's Weber. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Houston ball.
.111 left in the first half. Here's Bernard. Kept alive by Houston.
You can add another offensive rebound to the tally. Just one of the areas where they're taking them to the task.
And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Houston ball.
.54 seconds left to play in the first half. And it's Drexler missing.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. All right, the Rockets making a switch here. There's 39 seconds left in the first half of this game. Lewis passes to Bates. Soft touch off the glass. Bates has got 6.
And they've really managed to dominate inside.
The play in the paint has gone almost entirely all their way.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time. Brooklyn pulls it in. Walton's got his 16th rebound on the night. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Houston ball.
Houston in total control. They haven't allowed any points in the second quarter. Here's Lewis. Brooklyn pulls it in. Here's Weber. And so a pretty lopsided game through the first half. The Rockets on top, running away with it. And we'll see you back here after the break. Third quarter action in just a bit.
Your next youth team.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, folks. Ernie Johnson here with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. It's the NBA on 2K Sports, and let's talk the first half. Houston holding the upper hand after the first two quarters. They are completely in control of the game, leading by a massive amount. Kenny, give us your take.
There was no shortage of dimes on this team, that's for sure. Numerous guys displayed good court vision, moved the ball, led to great shots. They're in full control of this game.
And over to Shaq now, your take on the Nets.
First question, why can't they hold on to the ball? Man, they've been loose as heck with it, Ernie. Not even getting shot up on several possessions. If you take a bad shot, there's a chance it goes in, or you get offensive board. But hold on to the ball.
And that'll about do it as we get ready for the second half. Let's take it down to Kevin Harlan.
Shout out to my man Joel.
Joel, what up?
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. So the Rockets 5 now, and it's Bell in at the 4. Here's the general, and the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. The Rockets on offense. To the paint. Boom! He jams it straight down.
It all started with the pass. That's what coaches love to see, ball movement.
That'll be a 5-second call.
I think he's gotten a little too careless and sloppy as well, turning the ball over twice in just the last 3 minutes. You know, these mistakes can start to add up if he's not careful.
A 3 from the inbound. And it's Houdini missing.
Well, most games he can knock it down from deep, but it just isn't there for him in this one.
Here's Walton. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. Houston shooting only 27% for today's game. Houdini, the pass to Lewis. Stolen by Ball. And pushing it up the floor. Here comes Brooklyn. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. And Houston making a change here. Boeheim's checked in. And Houston has possession. Over to the wing. Here's Bell. Houston with another miss. And Brooklyn with possession here. Here's Walton. As far as his production, he's averaging about 8 points per game. The Rockets have gone just 1 of 3 in the second half. Pass to Houdini. The 17-footer. Weber pulls it in. Weber's got 12 rebounds here tonight. Big time effort.
Just 1 for 4 from the field, not the way they wanted to start the second half.
And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. Houston has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Brewer can't hit.
Clearly out of rhythm now, guys. I mean, just 1 for 5 to begin the second half.
out of play. The Rockets will have it. Here's Houdini, hounded by Ball.
Oh, wow!
Oh,
watch out below.
Big finish.
He's a living highlight reel.
Seriously, that could end up being one of the best dunks of the year.
Without question, a crowd pleaser to the 10th degree.
Impressive looks on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now.
It's one thing to get outplayed, but when you're giving away possessions like this, it makes it even more tough.
Here's Houdini. 10 points for him. To the inside. Boeheim no good. Boeheim's gone 3 of 10 shooting, so only 30%. And out of bounds, Houston will have it. For Houston, they've gotten only 2 of 7 shots to go in the third quarter. From downtown, the shot by Bell, no good. Ball outside. And out of bounds, the Rockets will take it. Houston shooting a low 26% from the field. No good on the triple.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Third quarter action, and just under 3.5 minutes have passed. Here's Weber. Shot clock at 6. Well, there's the shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. Houston has got nothing to fall here in the third. 0 for 4. Down low. Bell. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
So sick, the vertical ability.
That was flat out awesome. He has that effortless knack for getting to the hoop.
Tell you what, you'd hate to be the guy having the responsibility of guarding him.
Pass to Houdini. Here's Bell. Here's Boeheim. Brooklyn pulls it in. Walton's got rebound number 19 now. Incredible board work. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
We hear players proclaiming their love for the game, but former sharpshooter J.J. Redick said there's a distinction between loving the competition itself and loving the game and everything that goes into that. Guys say, I just want to play. Well, do you want to do all of the necessary things that lead up to that? Hey, Brian, 15 NBA seasons for Redick. He'd know.
He certainly would. Thanks, Allie. Luka Doncic is checked in for Houston. Pass to Brewer. To the middle. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Oh, that was nasty. A two-hand mega slam.
Man, I don't think anyone was going to stop him there.
Well, guys, I'm glad they didn't try because I don't want anybody to get hurt out there.
Pass to Bell. And here's Doncic. And they get it back.
There's another opportunity, and everything's going right for these guys.
Off the mark there with a 3.
We know how good a shooter he is, and frustrating for him when he's not able to knock down that kind of wide-open look.
Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. And it's Houston's ball. Good momentum. 8 straight points. Kept alive by Houston.
Big rebound and a smart play to kick it right out. They want to use as much time as possible here. One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
Substitution. Clyde Drexler.
Well, the Rockets shooting a low 26% from the field. Pass to Doncic. Here's Drexler. Shot's good by Boeheim. Boeheim's got 8 points.
That kind of energy and hustle on the glass usually produces good results.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation.
And the scoring line would be a lot different if they cut down on the mistakes.
Ugly basketball, plain and simple. In this quarter alone, they've given away 10 points off their miscues.
Here's Drexler. Deflected. And they're able to recover. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Nets. That'll be a 5-second call.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
And the Rockets with possession here. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Here's Walton. Still no points. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
And here's Houston. The ball's knocked loose. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. The Rockets on offense. It's been 10 straight unanswered. From deep, here's Doncic. Weber pulls it in. Brooklyn with the ball. They're scoreless since the first half. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. Doncic with it. Pass to Boeheim. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
First team foul.
All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Rockets.
Well, you know, their offensive rebounding throughout this one has been clutch, timely. I mean, it's kept the ball out of the enemy's hands and gotten them lots of second chance points. That's a winning recipe.
Well, they've also been impressive, forcing a ton of mistakes. Not only that, but converting those mistakes into points on the other end.
The first free throw is good. Bates is checked in for Houston. And so he's able to get 1 of 2. Rebounded by the Nets. Here's Walton. Still without a bucket. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
Black's checked in for Luka Doncic.
Black.
And it's Houston's ball. They picked up 11 straight. Here's Drexler. Looking to end this cold spell. Fades back. The General pulls it in. The General's got 15 rebounds here tonight.
He is 0 for his last however many this quarter, guys. Might need to get him out and let him settle down a bit here.
And Houston making a change here. Lewis is checked in. And Houston is shooting a poor 25% for this game so far. Oh, power it home!
Oh, wow!
And that one is stuffed right through.
I almost can't believe what I saw. Incredible.
I'm speechless, man. I'm speechless.
He's one of the few players in the NBA who can pull something like that off.
Bernard, he's checked in for the Rockets. Long range from the inbound. The rebound by the Nets. Here's Walton. No made baskets yet. And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. And here's Houston. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Inside, Bates. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Now that's how you use the screen right there.
And it leads to a thunderous finish. That was nice.
And, you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
Here's Drexler. And Walton pulls it down. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. And the Rockets with possession here. Here's Black. He's scoreless. And the ball is tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
Jump ball.
So it's the Rockets now. Here's Lewis. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Foul. Team second.
Houston shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight.
Lewis. Yeah, at the line with 2 shots.
He misses the free throw. He hits the second from the line. And Clark, we're seeing greater parity league-wide. But there's still those teams wandering the wilderness.
Yeah, and some of that is due to teams failing to draft well. You've got to be a little lucky, but you also have to be good in your draft selections. And it's not enough to have a high pick. It's really what you do with whatever picks you have and getting it right.
And Brooklyn with possession here. Still looking for their first bucket of the second half. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. And it's Houston's ball. It's been 16 straight unanswered. That shot is good, Lewis. Lewis has got 17 points.
And what's working here? Each guy is willing to make the next pass.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
And Arenas pulls it down. Arenas has got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. And out of bounds. Houston will have it. And the Rockets shooting just around 26% for the game. Pass to Drexler. The three is up. Rebounded by the Nets. Here's the general. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. Here's Lewis. He's got 17. The three is up.
Third quarter.
Weber pulls it in.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure, but unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Heads up action there. Reading the play and then beating them to the spot. Well done.
Here's Lewis. Pass to Bernard. No good on the shot. And here are the Nets now. Nothing yet for him here in the third quarter. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Ball.
1:19 left in the third quarter. And an emphatic jam on the lob.
Oh, what a perfect pass to set that up.
Hey, the feed might have been pretty, but the finish, that was angry.
Well, you need both to make it special. And they pulled it off just right.
Knocked away. And the ball out of play. The Nets will have it.
Well, he just didn't make the catch. Didn't look the ball into his hands. He must have thought the ball was going somewhere else.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
A minute 4 left in the third quarter. Here's Houdini. The rebound by the Nets. Here's Walton. No points so far. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. And for the Rockets, they're shooting only 26% for this game. Not good. Here's Lewis. Weber pulls it in. Brooklyn with the ball. Searching for that first bucket here in the third. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock.
And great job to establish position and square up.
Excellent example of toughness and physicality on defense. Got his nose right in the middle of things and made a play.
And we've got 28 seconds left in the third. Here's Bernard. Here's Lewis. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Hey, guys standing around spectating, I mean, you got to get in there and get tough.
That's a costly error. Now let's see how they bounce back.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
There's 21 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Here's Arenas. Yet to see a basket. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Basketball.
And the Rockets with possession here. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. From deep three-point land. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's Houston. And they're up an insane amount going into the break. And they're doing everything they can to put this game away before the final buzzer sounds. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break. And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. That'll be a 5-second call. And a vital mission for the NBA, mental health. Commissioner Silver has said it's the most important issue for the league.
And I applaud Adam for those comments he's made about it. I mean, the season is so difficult. It can really take a toll on your mind. So it's great the league is trying to help players out through this.
Here's where. Blocked! They've got LaMelo Ball, and it's the General in at the 5. So that's the Nets 5. And out of bounds, Houston will have it. Well, Houston's shooting only 25% from the floor. Not great. Over to the left wing, Bates. Brooklyn with the board. Here's Walton. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Basketball.
Here's Bernard. Off target from outside.
And, you know, even though they're on top, they're winning. I mean, they could use more from him. Trying to shut the door on this one.
And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. The Rockets have gone 0 for 3 in this fourth. Not good.
Well, I'll tell you what, his vertical is awesome, off the charts. A short center who still makes his presence felt.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
We played just over a minute here in the fourth.
It seems like every miss ends up in his hands. He's been unreal.
Tell you what, those are crazy numbers, guys. I mean, believe me, I was a good rebounder in my day. It is not easy to corral that many boards in one night.
And Houston has possession. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong. No baskets allowed. Brooklyn with the ball. We're just over a minute and a half now into the fourth. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. Here's Bates. You know, Grant, we've seen career performances in the play-in tournament, but the stats don't count for regular season or the playoffs.
You know, that's crazy, B.A. So let's just count them as playoff stats. It used to be only 3 rounds instead of 4, so there is a precedent to adding more games to the official postseason. Their poor ball handling is really costing them. They've given up 4 points off turnovers.
And when you're behind like they are, you can't afford those kinds of mistakes and empty trips.
And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth now. To the wing on the left. Here's Bernard. Three-pointer, no good. Here's Arenas. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
And Houston has possession. Here's Bates. Unloads. The rebound by the Nets. The Generals got rebound number 19 now. Incredible board work. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. Here's Bates. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth.
Nice job hitting him right in stride. Excellent play.
Clark, in your opinion, how does social media affect the game?
Monumental ways. One, I think the most direct way is that it keeps fans connected to players, and players have the option as to how they're going to engage with their fans directly. Player to fan without any middle person. And that is valuable both ways, except when the narrative turns negative. That's the other side of the coin. And when you say things publicly on social media platforms, it's impossible to retract them. You might be able to erase them, but they're still out there in the stratosphere.
Houston has gone 0 for 3 here in the fourth. To the paint. And he throws it down. What a terrific lead pass.
There you go. He's a monster at the rim.
So athletic. Obviously, he plays on the attack.
No question about it. He's very comfortable in the air. Dunks like that, no problem for him.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
It's hard enough to win in the NBA, but when you turn the ball over, it's much harder.
Well, you put yourself in a tough spot. I mean, 8 points yielded off turnovers this quarter already.
Here's Bates. Oh, they get a hand on it. Pass to Black. Here in the fourth quarter, just under 2.5 gone by. Here's Ware. Oh, and he brings it down with a two-handed jam.
Great job on the back end of the play.
Yep, finished with both hands, making sure of it.
Yeah, highly efficient. Nothing extra special there. Just effective.
We've seen more than a few miscues from them tonight.
And I tell you what, more brain-neutral plays like that one, and they'll have a hole deeper than the one they're already in.
We played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. And it's Drexler missing.
One thing they've done well tonight, and that's rebounding.
Yeah, you know, they're hustling and giving a good effort, that's for sure. But unfortunately, the execution has been lacking.
here are the Rockets. They picked up 11 straight. Tries to break his ice. And that one's good with extra effort on the glass. Drexler's got his first basket.
And force feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
And when you make 5 in a row in close like that, it also takes pressure off your perimeter guys, too.
So, Clark, you think the winner of the NBA Cup should be guaranteed an automatic playoff bid?
Man, that's interesting. I think it could make for a more competitive tournament. So if that would be the outcome, then I would be all for it. But what happens if the tournament winner is the #1 seed at the end of the season? I think you'd have to find alternative incentives then, BA.
Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. Houston has gone 0 for 3 here in the fourth. Here's Black. Pass to Bernard. Let's go with a 3. The General pulls it in. The Generals. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. And Houston making a change here. Boeheim's checked in. Tipped away. Here's Arenas. The shot goes down. Very quick possession right there.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Black passes to Drexler. Houston with another miss. Here's the General. Out of bounds. It'll be Rockets ball. So it's the Rockets now. A great fourth quarter. Just giving up 2 points. Pass to Drexler. Lets a 3 fly. Rebound Brooklyn. Here's Walton. And you see player training methods, Grant, a lot more than just running and getting shots up.
And you know, BA, what interests me, players not just training their bodies better than ever, but also their minds. They're working on hand-eye coordination drills and just all kinds of stuff to enhance their reflexes.
And for the Rockets, they're shooting just around 26% for the game. Pass to Bates. And Walton pulls it down.
Got the ball where he wanted it, but then got swarmed.
And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it.
Substitution for the Rockets. Brewer.
And it's Houston's ball. This run now up to 13-2. Up again.
There's another opportunity, and everything's going right for these guys.
And no good. Here's Arenas. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
Well, the Rockets shooting 27% here in the fourth. Pass to Black. Here's Brewer. Fires the 3. Boeheim no good. Now here's Ball. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
And it's the Rockets with the ball. No one near him. And that one hits the back iron. Brooklyn with the ball. Here's Walton. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Rockets. Stolen by Ball. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. Here's Brewer. Pass to Black. Misses, and the dry spell continues. And the Nets with possession here. And out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
Well, Houston's shooting a rough 25% for the field in this game. And another miss by Houston. Here's Arenas. And out of bounds. The Rockets will take it. The Rockets on offense. Here he goes. Here's Black, hounded by Ball. Here's Bates. They grab their own miss. Good on the shot.
Reliable approach. Getting the ball in the paint and going to work.
That'll be a 5-second call. And Grant, with the 65 games rule for player awards, it did seem there was a real reduction in load management.
Yeah, BA, and I liked it. The Stars played more early on, but we also saw a lot of them get banged up by the playoffs. So it seems there's still a balance to be struck.
Off the inbound. Here's Brewer. And Walton pulls it down.
Showing great intensity around the rim is part of why he's a respected defender.
And you know what? He's not going to give up an easy finish at the rim. I mean, that's just against his constitution.
Here's Bates. The teardrop. Behan. Tipped back in for two.
They're holding a big advantage in second chance points.
Well, I tell you what, offensive rebounding is really an important statistic. Maybe undervalued a bit, but those extra possessions really do help.
And he's really hurting his squad with all these turnovers.
Yeah, and that was a raggedy quarter of basketball for him. That's the only way I can say it. He's hurting more than he's helping them right now.
Off the inbound pass. Brooklyn pulls it in. Here's the general. And the ball out of play. The Rockets will have it. Here's Black. Pass to Boeheim. Wide open. And too long on the shot. Here's Arenas. More and more we're seeing international players come into the league who are NBA ready, Grant.
It really is a sight to see, BA. And some of those guys start playing pro ball when they're 16 or 17 years old. It toughens you up real quick playing against older competition at that age.
Brewer, the pass to Black. Here's Brewer. Pass to Bernard. Well, Grant, it appears that league expansion is around the corner. Any concerns about spreading the talent too thin?
Not really, BA. I mean, the global pool of players competing for an NBA roster spot has never been deeper. So there's plenty of talent to go around.
Here's Black. One constant in the NBA, Clark, the constant movement of players.
Yeah, and I think you've got to try to look at the positive side of that, the freedom that players have to play where they choose to play in many cases. I think that's the right of any employee to be able to go where they feel they can best optimize their individual and team situations. I think it allows teams to rebuild on the fly and get competitive more quickly. And I like that aspect of it. I don't like to see it overwhelming a season, but I do like the fact the players have that option and that freedom.
Brewer, the pass to Bates. That three's off the mark.
And what a complete performance we saw from them. A dominant win in every way for the Rockets.
Pretty clear who the better team was today. They dominated in just about every phase of this game, Grant.
B.A., it's almost hard to think what didn't go well for them. Their plan, their execution, everything was absolutely on point.
And so hard work pays off with their 26th win of the year.
So with this win, they take the first of 2 games they'll play this year against Brooklyn.
And propelling them to a solid win, it was a night of big plays for AI.
And I love his composure. He didn't try to do too much or force things, but he was ready to take advantage of every opening the defense gave him.
And another miss by Houston.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
And out of bounds, Houston will have it.
Rockets basketball.
There's 42 seconds left in the game. Pass to Boeheim. Here's Black, hounded by Ball. Down low. Here's Brewer. And he goes up strong with a one-handed jam.
Yeah, they blocked out the noise, blocked out the distractions, kept on grinding, and this is their reward.
Boy, a fantastic performance. And I tell you something, I mean, you get roadkill, that's always a challenge in the NBA, no matter what, and they got it done.
"26 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Black. And so it's the Rockets taking care of business in this one. To walk into enemy territory and deliver a performance like that, that says a lot about this squad.
They really came in looking confident and didn't let anything shake them. This is what a dominant team looks like.
Well, now we have some time to check in with Allie LaForce. Allie.
Luka, yes, another victory for you, but the games will keep coming. So what's the most important thing for this team to establish?
I mean, compete, you know, the way we compete today from the start till the end. The game is never over, and just compete.
Will you put together a full game tonight? And it paid off, guys.
Allie, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark Kellogg, this is Brian Anderson thanking you all for tuning in tonight. We'll see you next time.
the scene with your prize. I'm who you need and that's fine. Like who you leaving inside for you, I'm legally blind. Yeah, but only for the night. But that's okay though. We fell in love the first day though. You flew me out to Barbados. Can't post you, we got a lady together, but you my bae though. I do whatever you say though. Tryna pop out, I'm like, hey yo. We can't do that, gotta slide on the low. When we slide to the stove, locking eyes at the door. Cause you ain't messing with no amateur and I ain't tryna handle you. But when I'm walking out, I'm always checking for the camera. Cause paparazzi, they be taking them flicks.
All right, everyone. Greetings from 2K Sports. Get ready for some NBA action. This is Brian Anderson, joined by Grant Hill and Richard Jefferson. Allie LaForce will be our reporter from the sideline. Now let's check out our starters for Montreal. And for Milwaukee, Kyle Kuzma out there with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then there's Damian Lillard. Then there's Brook Lopez. And it's Jackson in at the 2 guard. And so here's Montreal. Here's Lou. Pass to Korver. Here's Spates. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He will gladly take those.
Now here's Lillard. Off with the layup.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Here's Milwaukee. Jackson outside. And it's all from three-point range. Here's Bogut, covered by Lopez. Bogut gets a bucket.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
Lillard looking around. A minute 42 left in the first quarter. Yep, that one goes.
It doesn't matter where he is on the floor. Lillard is a walking bucket.
Well, Grant, there are few players in the league who can attack a defense from the logo, but Lillard is one of them.
Yeah, and he makes it look so easy. You have to pick him up at the half-court line, and it's been that way for about a decade.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Pass to Jackson. Puts up a three. Korver grabs the board. Here's Spates. Defended by Lillard. A nice shot by Spates.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And that's just Giannis making the right play, feeding the open man.
There's 57 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Pass to Korver. The layup off target.
Probably should have scored there. He usually does.
Here's Jackson. Three-pointer. Count it. 2 for 4 from the field now.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Jackson's gone 1 for 3 from deep tonight. Out to the right wing. Korver passes to Bogut. First quarter of basketball, just over 2.5 minutes played so far. And the rebound paying off as they pick up 2 on the second chance bucket right there. Now here's Antetokounmpo. He's guarded closely. Jackson for 3. And again, it's Milwaukee from deep. Here's Lou. From deep. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. And still a close game as the first quarter comes to a close. Milwaukee out in front. They're up by 2. Don't go away. We'll be back momentarily. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. All right, what stands out to you from Milwaukee in this one?
Well, clearly they played well in the first period because of their selfless attitude.
They're playing for one another and focusing on making winning plays. You love to see it.
On the court right now for Montreal.
Yeah, inside Lillard is just so scrappy, turning aggressive defense into a foul while shooting.
Milwaukee shooting their first free throws of the game now.
Damian Lillard. 2 shots.
Free throw good. Lillard. And both free throws good for Lillard.
No surprise there. He's about as automatic as it gets from the stripe. I hope I didn't jinx him.
Here's Lou. Here's Bogut, and he goes in for the dunk.
And when the game is this close, you have to go all out.
He certainly understands his role, huh? When the shot goes up, just crashes the offensive glass.
He's just giving them everything he has. It's what his teammates appreciate and enjoy playing with him.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
Milwaukee leading by 4. Lillard passes to Sims. Good. And it's Lillard who picks up the assist. Sims has got his first points of the game.
Not just a score. Lillard knows it's his responsibility as the point guard to involve his teammates.
Prince is checked in for Milwaukee.
Coming out of the floor for your home team.
Quarter number 2 and about a minute in. Wow, potent offense. It's been fun to watch.
Just aggressive and effective, taking it right to the defense.
Trent's shot is off. And here's Holiday. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. And out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee making some changes. Smith comes in for Sims. And it's Connaughton in for Trent. Here's Connaughton, and he dunks it. What a pass to set him up.
And I love the balance for Lillard between scoring and passing. That time, finding his teammate for the great look. It's one thing to get outplayed, but when you're giving away possessions like this, it makes it even more tough.
A minute and a half gone in the second quarter. Oh, Lillard just owning the paint.
And just a quick dribble right into his move. Lillard with the economy of motion.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Green's checked in for Portis.
Coming out of the floor for your home team.
Here's Milwaukee. They've outscored them 10-2 during this run. To the inside. Prince can't hit. Here's Spates, defended by Lillard. Lou passes to Holiday. And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee making some changes. Kuzma, he's checked in for Prince. And it's Jackson in for Connaughton. And it's Lillard with the ball for the Bucks. A clear look for Green. And another miss by Milwaukee.
Got a good look there, but just not able to hit from the mid-range.
Spates. Got it. Good job in the low post. Spates has got 6 points. All right, for those just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second. Jackson outside to the middle. Here's Green. That basket is good. Off the assist from Jackson.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee making a switch here. Lopez is checked in. Here's Milwaukee. They're on a 12-4 run. 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Lillard outside. Five on the clock. Lets it fly. Misses the jumper. And so it's Milwaukee earning this break in the action. Up 10. Really mucking it up on defense. Active hands, multiple efforts, forcing turnovers. More NBA on 2K Sports right after this. And if you're just joining in, one half is in the books. One half to go. Here's Lillard. 10-point lead. This is their biggest of the game. Brook Lopez is out there with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then it's Jackson. And there's Damian Lillard. And it's Baldwin in at the small forward position. That's Doc Rivers 5 as we get into the second half. And so here's Montreal. After the basket by Milwaukee on the other end. Hogan, no good. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't a bad attitude. He just lacked an edge. The ruthless mindset that all great players have. But, man, once he got that edge, he never lost it.
To the paint. And the dunk by Jackson.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
And out of bounds. Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee leading by 12. Antetokounmpo looking it over.
2 minutes.
A little over a minute gone here in the second half. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Talk about strength and athletic ability. Lopez can maneuver against his opponents down low.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Sims, he's checked in for Milwaukee. Prince comes in for Baldwin.
Jericho Sims.
And here's Milwaukee now. It's a 14-point game. Here's Lillard. And the dunk by Lillard.
What an athletic play from Lillard. More than capable of just jamming it down.
Lou passes to Spates. Here's Korver. Antetokounmpo covering. Pass to Lou. 6 to shoot. Over Lillard. Offensive rebound. A nice shot by Spates. Spates has got 8.
Activity on the glass. That's a possession that could have gotten away from him.
Inside. And there's Jackson on the assist by Lillard. Lillard's got his 5th assist in this one.
Since halftime, they have been efficient and effective, making Coach very happy.
Well, I credit some of that to their communication out on the floor. They are attacking as a unit.
Milwaukee making some changes. Kyle Kuzma comes in for Antetokounmpo, and it's Trent in for Jackson. Milwaukee leading by 16. Lillard outside. A little under 2.5 minutes gone by in the third quarter. The shot no good. Spates, the pass to Lou. On the wing, Holiday. And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee making some changes. Portis, he's checked in for Sims. And it's Connaughton in for Prince.
Connaughton.
29 seconds left in the third quarter. To the inside, Trent. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up. Lillard's got 6 assists now in the game. And they've been careless with the ball tonight.
There's a lack of focus and a lack of discipline. They're better than this.
Korver passes to Lou. There's 10 seconds left in the third. Clock at 6. Fires from deep. Here's Spates. Carries the 7-footer. Spates has gotten 4 this quarter.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Milwaukee out in front, up by 16. And right after this, we'll bring you the start of the final quarter right here on 2K Sports. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
You've got to admire the vision just as much as the accuracy. Not many players can even spot that pass.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. On the court right now for Montreal. Lou passes to Korver. Here's Lou. Here's Korver. And he banks in the layup. Korver's gotten his first points in this one.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
Here's Lillard. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. And the Bucks lead by 16. And so here's Montreal. Pass to Korver. Here's Spates. Covered by Lopez. Here's Korver. Shot clock at 6. Spates, the pass to Lou. Over Kuzma. They get the rebound.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Here's Lou, defended by Kuzma. The shot by Lou, no good.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
And rejected. And that's out of bounds. Milwaukee will keep it. Baldwin's checked in for Milwaukee. A minute 42 left in the fourth quarter here. Lopez finds Jackson. And the dunk by Jackson.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
If you want to be great, you have to have that killer instinct.
And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it. Milwaukee making some changes. Sims, he's checked in for Lopez. Smith comes in for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And Green is subbed in for Jackson. Milwaukee leading by 18. And a little over a minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Here's Lillard. Bogut pulls it in. Bogut's got his 7th rebound here tonight. And out of bounds, Milwaukee will have it.
Home team ball.
Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Lillard right side. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
Second personal foul.
And I'll tell you, that was some smart basketball from Lillard right there. I mean, understanding how to put pressure on the D to get these calls.
All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Bucks.
Take a break.
Look, they're getting good looks inside. It's been a point of emphasis all night long, but I love this hard-nosed attitude of this team.
Yeah, another thing you notice are all the assists. The ball just has energy, and everyone is getting involved.
Free throw good. Lillard. Connaughton. He's checked in for Green. He's perfect from the line this time. And their biggest problem so far, taking care of the ball.
Yeah, they've made some great plays, but way too many turnovers.
And they pick up 2.
Even though his team is lagging behind, he's playing like a winner. Too bad his attitude isn't spreading to the other guys.
Pass to Baldwin. On the wing, Connaughton. And another miss by Milwaukee.
That was a good possession. They got a clean look. The shot just didn't fall.
Out left to the wing. Here's Spates. Covered by Connaughton. And the shot goes.
What a burst out of that first step. Straight to the hole.
3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Lillard passes to Baldwin. There's 14 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. And here's Connaughton for 3. Rebound Montreal. So Milwaukee wins it. Well, this might not have been the most competitive game we've ever seen, but you've got to appreciate their masterful performance.
And I'm sure their fans appreciated it too. We saw the outstanding defense and a loaded offensive effort. They were just dominant out there.
And that'll do it, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for being with us, and we'll see you next time.
tip-off goes to Montreal. Here's Lou. Pass to Brewer. Beyond the arc. Good on the three-point shot.
And drawing first blood, you know coach likes that momentum out of the gate.
Well, for us, it'll be interesting. Can they keep that kind of pace up all game long?
Outside Edwards. Puts up a deep three. Sinks it. What range from outside. Wow.
Edwards makes it dueling three-pointers, showing some leadership, getting that one back.
And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
Now here's Edwards. Durant wide open. He fires. And a miss there on the triple. Here's to Lou. Here's Bogut. And then jammed down as he goes right over Anthony Edwards.
Bogut does not mind going down there and banging around on the offensive glass against his opponent and snags as many boards as he possibly can.
Now here's Edwards. Eason. The shot missing. Nice D from Bogut. Down low. And Spates gets it to go.
Assist from Spates now competing down on the inside, getting after it in the painted area.
Now here's Iverson. Moves back up. And the layup good by Kessler.
Second chances are a great measure of what a team is doing in terms of their effort on a nightly basis, and that was some serious effort there.
Here's Lou. Here's the drive.
An aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think. Pass to Edwards. And it's sent back by Bogut.
Bogut knows his role so well and is always in good defensive position. Good block there. That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
Oh, here's Edwards. And two free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It's going to be on Maurice Spates.
And with the offense getting right to the rim, at least they saved the layup.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Anthony Edwards, 2 shots.
No good on the free throw.
Well, probably a little draft in the arena tonight. He's the last guy you expect to miss the mark by that much.
Absolutely.
And talented in so many ways. Edwards is focusing on 2 things: the refining of his shot mechanics and the sustained level of engagement.
And Bogut slams it in.
That is a product of pure effort, guys.
I agree, and that's nothing new coming from him, GA. He loves going to work on the rebounding, going to work on the board.
Stick with fundamentals there. Shot goes up, box out, or he'll destroy you.
Nice shot by Klingon.
Any possession that ends in a shot from that range after good player and ball movement, that's a good one.
Pass to Brewer. Here's Spates. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
Making an effort on the offensive glass. Spates with the skill to convert after the miss.
It's Allen on the wing. And slammed up by Allen.
And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
You have to credit the aggressiveness offensively, because that's when you make a play when you really need it.
Pass to Klingon. Anderson looking it over. And here is Allen. This one for 3. And again, it's Virginia Beach with a 3. Here's Lou. Brewer with the ball. And out of bounds, Virginia Beach will have it.
Substitution on the court.
It could go. You can't get that one to fall.
That's the end of the
and a
first
close
half.
game so
With the
far for
score,
the first two quarters
your
as
home
we
team,
reach halftime.
13.
Montreal
The
ahead,
away team,
up 4.
17.
And don't go away. We'll be back momentarily. Virginia Beach with the possession here. 4-point game. And it's Allen Iverson with the foul. That's his first foul.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
Here's Lou. Now Iverson. Over in the corner, Edwards. And here's Montreal.
Corey Brewer.
And Virginia Beach with the possession here. Edwards. What a sweet kick by Edwards. Here's Lou. That's to Spates. Here's Lou. And it's Allen Iverson with the foul. That'll be his second foul of the game.
Second personal
He needs
foul.
to get himself under control here. That's 2 fouls in less than 60 seconds.
Inside.
Ron Lou. Assist goes to Andrew Bogut.
Here's Virginia Beach with the ball. And here's Edwards. And he overdid it there. Too much force, it looked like, on the foul, and he's called for the flagrant.
Boy, a very hard foul that time, and the officials had to slap him with the flagrant. I mean, you can't let him get away with that kind of contact.
Yeah, gee, that's an easy call for the officials to make when there's that much contact. The league is really cracking down on those sort of plays. And he knocks down the first one.
And what you love about Edwards is how intense he is. Guy plays hard every minute he's on the floor.
Iverson outside.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Brewer with the steal. One-on-one here.
Maurice Spates.
Here's Virginia Beach with the ball. 7-point differential. Out of bounds. Montreal takes possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
Here's Lou. Pass to Bogut. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Home team ball.
Iverson outside.
Away team foul. Ron Lou. First personal foul. Second team foul. At the line for your home team, Allen Iverson. 2 shots.
That free throw, no good. No luck that time either.
That's a strange trip because typically he's pretty much money from there.
And out of bounds, Virginia Beach will have it.
Home team ball.
Here's Virginia Beach with the ball. Pass to Eason.
And how about the commitment from Edwards, refusing to give up on that play.
Second personal foul. Third team foul. At the line.
That free throw missing.
Anthony Edwards. 2 shots.
And he's good on the second. Here's Lou. Pass to Brewer.
Corey Brewer.
And Virginia Beach with the possession here. KD on the wing. Iverson outside. Now here's Brewer. And out of bounds, Virginia Beach will have it.
Home team ball.
Here's Iverson. Pass to Edwards. Back to Iverson. Looking for Eason. He gets it there. Virginia Beach working the ball around now.
It seemed like he changed his mind halfway through the layup, trying to go to something else.
Home team foul. Kevin Durant. First personal foul. Second team foul. At the line for the away team. Corey Brewer. 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
The first free throw is good. Brewer hits them both. Here is Edwards. Iverson with the ball. Outside Edwards. Spates with the block.
Not known as a shot blocker, but the effort from Spates got him in the right spot, and he affected the shot.
Corey Brewer. 3 points.
Now Iverson.
Allen Iverson.
Here's Lou. Pass to Spates.
Andrew Bogut.
And here is Iverson. Eason with it. Kessler trying to get open. Back to Edwards. Now Kessler.
Tari Eason.
Here's Lou. Right wing.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
Eason with it. Started now by Andrew Bogut.
Eason.
Here's Lou.
Walker Kessler.
to the wing right side.
Corey Brewer, the assist. Andrew Bogut.
Now here's Edwards. Pass to Iverson. Katie with it. Bogut back up on top. Here's Lou.
Home team foul. Anthony Edwards. First personal foul. Third team foul. Shooting for the away team, Teron Lue. At the line for two.
You bet.
It's the NBA on 2K Sports. Tonight, we'll see the Hawks as they play against Montreal. This is Brian Anderson. I'm here with Hall of Famers Grant Hill and Doris Burke, our reporter, Allie LaForce. And so here's Montreal. Johnson is out there with George Niang. Then it's Karis LeVert. Then it's Trae Young. And it's Capella in at the center position. Brewer, the pass to Spates. There's the three. Counted from distance. Spates has gotten himself on the board with a three there.
That's exactly the kind of shooting you need down the stretch to win games.
Johnson for three. And Spates pulls it down. Here's Brewer, guarded by Capella. From behind the arc. The rebound by Atlanta. Here's Young, driving in, blocked. Here's Stockton. Out to the right wing. Here's Brewer. He buries it from three.
Well, there's an unpredictability to his offensive game. He is always keeping the defense off balance.
LeVert passes to Capella. LeVert left side. The floater. And Brewer pulls it down. Pass to Stockton. Here's Hibbert, guarded by Capella. Hibbert can't hit. And here's Young. He'll bring it up for the Hawks. 6-point game. We're just over a minute and a half now into the fourth. Here's Niang. Tipped. And it's Montreal's ball. Here's Brewer. And Montreal hits again from deep.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end.
Young inside. Young drawing the double team. Looking to win the run. Misses at the rim.
He did everything in his power to make that a hard shot.
We call that a great contest. You know this is something he brings to the table, the ability to anchor your defense. There is an imagination, a creativity. This guy's passing drives the offense.
Now a timeout called by Atlanta. They're behind by 11. And there's a minute 45 left to play in the fourth quarter. And now let's present our New Balance Player of the Game.
Hey, guess what? This was his game all night. I mean, he tore through the defense and almost never took a bad shot out there. Really, a level of offensive consistency most players can only dream of.
This crowd had no idea what they were in for. He came in and silenced them with a dominant performance. He was an intimidating presence tonight. This audience didn't seem to affect him in the slightest.
Shooting two.
So the first one drops, and that brings him within 10.
Like a lot of smaller guys, there's a real ferocity to Trae Young's game. He's willing to scrap to get what he wants.
Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. And that one's good. Spates has got 5 points in the quarter.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
And that's typical of this guy. He's always reading the situation, reacting quickly, and capitalizing.
Here's Hibbert. Stockton, pass to Brewer. Yep, count it.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Nice work inside from Young. Not afraid of trying his luck down there.
The three ball. And Montreal hits again from deep.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
This is a textbook example of playing the possession and not the score. This team is doing a great job continuing to execute.
50 seconds left to play in the fourth. And Montreal hits again from deep.
Showing us that killer instinct right now. No letting the foot off the gas for them.
And you want to save your best for last. Tonight, they've done that and then some.
And the shot goes.
And staring at a sizable deficit, the defense has to tighten up.
Now here's LeVert. Defense is right there. A good look from Young. And off the left side of the rim, it swirls in for him.
It's great to see Young working off the ball. He's got the skill set to flourish in that kind of action.
Stockton's shot is off. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for Atlanta. Trailing by 17. Here's Stockton, guarded by Young. Fires for three. Shot's good by Stockton.
They're really employing a deep range initiative here in the fourth, and it's working.
It feels like they have worked their perimeter game to perfection, swinging the ball, cashing in from the outside. What a performance.
And so it's Montreal with the W. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came.
Yeah, and this team was consistent throughout. They met every challenge, and they earned this dub.